Hello. Sorry, I'm technically late. Um, I woke up late and I was hurrying to set everything up. And I still didn't set up everything that I wanted to. So, yeah, I'm a switch things over. Good. I feel like I sound tired. If I do, I apologize. You know how it is. Let me just, yeah, open it up to where I was before. I think that this stream setup should be fine. But let me check. Yeah, I can be moved over to this side a bit more. Also, I did want to put some other music in the background, but I kind of just, again, I just didn't have the time to set everything up in the morning. I don't know why I only gave myself like 20 minutes to do this, to do that. That was not enough time. Don't be like me. That should be good, I think. You know what, it's fine. It does its purpose. Hi, Miku. I love Hatsune Miku. Yep. I think everything looks good, so just a time to commit to more Miku game. The never-ending Hatsune Miku logic paint puzzle. All the nonograms. I immediately made a mistake. Okay. Anyway, I don't think I explained it last stream, but if you ever see me reset a puzzle, it's because to get all gold, you have to not make any mistakes. Which makes everything just a tad more difficult. Because if you accidentally misclick, you have to start over. And I don't know how far I'm gonna get today. I specifically made it an early stream to play this so I can spend more time than recommended just playing Miku Logic Paint. But there is still quite a bit to do. The puzzles only get more bigger and more difficult, so you know, who can say, really? Besides Miku, who's my favorite Vocaloid? I think just based on the fact that I've listened. Actually, no. I like V-Flower. Is that the name of it? I think it is. I messed up. Because otherwise I would probably just say Gumi based on all the songs that I've heard. Shit. I should ask, like, what's your favorite Vocaloid? Do you have a favorite? Luca, though, Tito is a Vocaloid in my heart. True. I love people who use Tito. I think it's very fascinating. Tito fans are wild cards, insane in a good way. This is true. This is one artist I came across, or is artist the word? This person makes a lot of Vocaloid covers with Tito and Gumi. But it's very fascinating that they tune the voice down to sound kind of more natural in a way. But also I discovered them through the covers of the Onibi series, and the horror elements that are integrated into those are really cool. Let me look them up. I'm trying to remember what the username is. Fukukul. And that's spelled Fkuukl. But yeah, makes really cool covers. A lot of it with, again, with Tito. I don't remember how you pronounce it. I've instantly forgotten. But you know, obviously if we start talking about different artists, then we could be here forever. There's so many good Vocaloid artists. Like the classics like La Mazepi. That's fair. That's so real. Chupacabra, Tato, Territory. They're all great. They were all excellent. I can agree with this. That's just facts. Me personally, I'm like a big fan of Marutu. Obviously, because I was a little edgy child. And I forget the artist who made, was it Lost Ones Weeping? There's a lot of songs that I can't recall on the spot. But a lot of them had the same thing in common in that they were very dark. I think some songs I literally came across because I watched videos that were like top 10 darkest Vocaloid songs. Top 10 scariest Vocaloid songs. I actually had a whole phase where I just watched top 10 videos as a child and it was all like horror related. What was the name? Marutu? Yeah. You have no idea how this game works in even a little. It's pretty simple. You have these numbers on the side which tells you how many squares you have to fill in. So you just gotta deduce. It's like Minesweeper. In a way it's like Minesweeper, yes. But yeah, you just have to deduce where the black squares are, and if there's two numbers, it indicates that there's, like, for instance, here there's 5, but then there has to be a pause, like a break in between them, and then the 8 squares afterwards. In this, it's just called, this game is just called Miku, a logic paint, but, you know, they're like nonograms. And if you want to play a bunch of them like a fiend, then you can go to nonograms.org, which I always keep mentioning because I play so much of it unhealthily. And I've played this game in itself several times over. Miku's very happy. You know, I just like to think that Miku is so excited to jump up and down because this is her equivalent of crack cocaine. How else could she be jumping every few seconds? This has to be an issue. Like how I've played way too many of these little puzzles. But you know, I also play a lot of Sudokus. Every time I think of Miku, I think of the Thomas Jefferson Miku binder. Yes! Honestly, it's so wild that that post got out of containment. I can't imagine being that person who you think that you're just making a post for like people within your space to see, and then people screenshot it and share it all over the internet to be immortalized. That would be horrifying. But you know, still, I actually don't think that Hamilton fandom is the worst you could possibly be in. I think there's worse things that you could have out there. I would know. He also made ones of Trump and Biden and Ben Shapiro as a joke after I felt so bad for that artist. Yeah, it's rough. It's also a crime that no Biden company, to my knowledge, has made an actual Miku. They haven't yet? What? Miku, they end up doing a lot of, what do you call it? I don't know, there's like a lot of different Miku products. There's gotta be a binder at some point, right? Like, it just makes sense. Hiyo! Hello, Scrubby! They were just talking about the Miku binder and how it should exist. My intense gameplay. It should, and I think it's only an inevitability that it will exist, that there will be a binder, like people who produce binders that will end up having a crossover with Hatsune and Miku. It's only natural. If pizza can get a crossover with Hatsune and Miku, then it's only natural. So you just finished listening to today's Magda's Protocol episode. Very cool. Did the horrors happen or did something niceys happen? That's not the button I was meant to press. Mr. Bonzo happened. Mr. Bonzo is legitimately the scariest thing I have encountered in this podcast or its predecessor. Oh? I don't know how much... Like, could you give me the details? What's going on with your little Blobbo Blinkos? Give me the details. Waha, yet another one solved. Okay, so he's a mascot that was really popular in the 90s. Before some guy killed a bunch of people with a crowbar while wearing the costume and the whole empire collapsed. That's terrible. That guy got put in jail, but Mr. Bonzo now seems to be his own independent entity and he's scary and I don't like him. Me just giggling as you describe this, though, I'm sorry to all the victims I've offended for getting murdered with a crowbar. Sorry for giggling. There was an episode where he showed up at a strip club and ate an entire bachelor party. Oh my goodness. It was like the goriest episode of the series up to that point. That's amazing. You know, he's just hungry, I'm sure. just so hungry that he could eat a horse. Not much else happened in the episode. The Oya employees that remain are still panicking. For good reason, I'm sure. One of the old employees that smartly quit before everything went down seems to be up to some sinister happenings. Yeah, well, the IT guy got eaten by a computer system and one of the co-workers is in another dimension. The fellas can't catch a break. At least they don't go to work at 9 to 5 anymore when they're busy in another dimension. Actually, that's just an assumption. I don't know. It's funny now because the office is all women. Hashtag feminism, am I right? All your co-workers die and then they're replaced by women. No, not replaced. Is this game just Miku Picross? Yes. Yes, it is. And I've played this game like 3 times, probably. I've played way too much of it. I was assuming you were gonna play a rhythm game or something, since that's what most Miku games are. No. No. It's just this. Honestly, I don't know how a rhythm game would run on stream. I guess it depends. I don't even know how you play P-Cross. It is very simple. You just have the little numbers that you have to fill in that many amount of black squares in a given puzzle. I could actually tell you what I'm thinking when I finish this one. I could try and talk through my thoughts. Okay, here we go. I'll open the next one and tell you more just beyond just beyond the basics. Okay, so hello, hi, welcome. Yes, so these numbers are obviously how many squares you have to fill out. If there is several numbers, then that means that there is a blank space between them. And so what you do is that you count across how many they would hypothetically fill up. And you see that when I do it with this one, 10 space 1 space 1, there's only one gap, which means that if you go the other way, 1 space 10, then these 9 squares would be filled up. And you ideally want to start with squares on the edges, because when you count upwards with this column, then it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you know those are filled in, you know that's filled in, you know that these all are filled in. And this one, because of the way it's going across, 1, 2, 3, 4, and there has to be a space between them, then you can just fill out that row. And you continue on in this manner of deducting everything until you finish your puzzle. And also, something else is that this game actually tells you when a number is marked off, regardless of if you've put spaces between them, which makes it easier. Because for instance, if I was to put 2 here right now, and the number 2 wasn't crossed out, then that would mean that these 2 were a part of the 7, so you could just fill that out. If that makes sense. So, if anyone wants to get really invested in these puzzle games, that's where you can start. Just be careful though, because you may get lost and play these way too much. If you're someone with a Sudoku problem, then maybe spare yourself. Miku, hello Mantis, we're all here. Tired? Did you get enough sleep? I don't know what time it is for you right now. Probably won't be very talkative, that's fine. Nobody's obligated to do anything in my streams, they can say nothing. Cause it's a free country. Hoorah! Do what you want. Freedom! Eagle! Something late. I just didn't get the best sleep last night. Aw, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you managed to what was I gonna say? To get your hours in some other time soon. Games I dedicate most of my time to are exploitative mobile gacha games. Yeah. We all have our things that we're not normal about. At least I assume everyone has things they're not normal about. What the heck is a kilometer? I know, right? No, I'm not American. I use kilometers and then equal numbers, and it makes sense. Unlike Americans who have to have their weird imperial units. You'd be surprised, some people are just normal in general somehow. Somehow. Units weird, I'll give you that. Yeah, they fucking are. I wonder how they came about. Like, feet I get, but what about the rest? Who can really say? Like, I don't know how it works out the way, like, I just don't comprehend it, because it doesn't make any sense. Like, people are like, what if we did math but we made everything more difficult for ourselves? was gonna talk about how Fahrenheit is superior, but I can't spell Fahrenheit. Fahrenheit sometimes makes sense, but there's other times where it doesn't. I think there's more an argument for either one when it comes to the different measures of temperature. It just depends on what you're using it for. Goodness, this game is complicated. I would say it's not complicated, but I do realize that I play a lot of these, so maybe guy who plays 50 nonograms per day should not speak on how easy nonograms are. I mean, I technically don't do... Actually, I do maybe... How many of these would I be doing per day? Actually, I could very well be doing 50 of these per day, because on nonograms.org you have them split into pages of 25, and I do maybe 2 pages. I do like 2 pages at the least. So 50 is not an exaggeration. It makes sense for day-to-day life, but for science you use Kelvin or whatever. I don't know what the fuck Kelvin is. I've heard of it, but I don't even know what's going on there. I don't care to investigate. Don't y'all sometimes use like metric units though? In some cases. I mean, NASA uses metric units, I'm pretty sure, in order to do everything, so... I've probably done like 100 in a day before. Yeah. Same Z's. Done way too many. Kelvin is like Celsius, but starting at absolute 0. I see. We use metric for science, imperial is more casual conversation. Yeah! And you know, that's like the same here, really. Or at least, it kind of depends. There's like a lot of variation in terms of when people use what. Like feet, people do use metric when you're talking in your day-to-day, unless you're talking about height, in which case some people do just state what it is in imperial units. You know what? I guess it sort of just depends on if imperial units get closest to what you like talk about. Also, yes, we do go against the grain. we just fucking use whatever English we want, and then we also use whatever units we want, and then you call someone a cunt and on the street and you move along with your day. This will like disassociate with music. I got such a bad jump scare when you finished the level just now. This music does make me feel like there's some kind of Lovecraftian madness setting in. But I didn't get to set up some other music before this stream, so this is what we're working with. What about this is even Miku related? It's just that it's teal. Yes, pretty much. Or actually, I don't know if the color changes depending on what character. I think you can change the character that you have on your little sidebar, but I don't know. Does anyone remember that one runaway game for the Nintendo DS? Because that one had great music, and this reminds me of that low-key. I don't know what you're talking about. The only thing that comes to mind is... Let me look at my shelf. I think I have it here somewhere. There was Bit Trip Saga, which was a game where which I still haven't actually completed, where you jump, where you have to get through a level, and depending on the actions you do, you play out music. I don't know if that's what you're talking about, but that's the one game that comes to my brain. Had a DS, but my brother dropped it in the lake. That's fucking tragic. Oh my god. That's violent. That's a terrible way to go. I'm so sorry to hear that. I love my DS so much. If something happened to it, I don't know what I would have done as a kid. I would have lost it. Like, I would have cried. It's still there? No. No. What do you mean it's still there? That's so... I mean, I guess you would have... Like, I would know how you would fish it out, but that's still horrible. You didn't even get it back? Jeez. I think I figured out the game. Do share what this game in your brain is. Guys, this one's a bit fucked up. Never mind, I just missed something. Amazing. It was Style Boutique for the Nintendo DS. I've never heard of that. Intriguing. We were ice fishing and he dropped it in the hole even though I told him to put it back in the car. I hope the fish are having fun. That's terrible. Oh. Again, I legitimately don't know what I would have done if I ever lost my DS or like it had stopped working. But my DS has endured. It's a champion. You know, I've heard some people talk about how their DS was pretty, like, fucked up at the, what would you call it? At the hinge. And that they would, like, break the hinge on it. But in my experience, that DS, my DS was so fucking durable. I mean, I am terrible with technology. All my cables get fucked over, and many headphones have stopped working, and then I don't know how to solder back the wires together, so... So I just have a bunch of headphones laying around that need to be fixed, but I haven't done it. But my DS, I must have accidentally dropped that thing a couple times. I did this thing where you would flick it so that the hinge would open, and it would make a very satisfying sound, but would be terrible for it. And it's still working just fine. Like, that thing is durable as hell. And I don't know if I just got lucky, or whether that's the proof of quality. I always just lost the fucking pen. I think my parents bought me replacements like 3 times at least. Yeah, we had a couple of replacements around, but, you know, we would eventually find the stylus. It would just be put somewhere, and would have to be found later. Speaking of Tomodachi Life 2 is real? They're making a second one? Oh, that's amazing. I hope they add a lot more to the game, because as a child, I thought it was a bit, like, I don't know, it didn't really have a lot going on, or maybe I was just bad at it. But that's actually so hype though. I love that. I love when you were able to make all your little guys and have them interact together. And they could have children together. It's like, and it was such a funny and weird game. Seeing someone recently on Dash who made the Hatsune Miku and Harry Dubois crossover because they both were friends in their Tomodachi live game. Amazing. I think I'm gonna lock out. My brain is wacky. You can DM me after stream. I'll probably stay awake for a while. I will do that. Yes. But please take whatever rest you need. I might also be kind of tired after this though. That's what happens when you have to wake up early for a stream. Bye. Have fun. Thank you. Love you so much. You've been waiting for this for 8 years. That's so fair. Appreciate the effort of waking up early so I, a dirty American, can have the chance of catching them. You're welcome. I don't know how many, like, different people I manage to catch with the times that I stream. There's probably a more inclusive time that I could stream, but I'm like, I don't want to do, like, I want to. It's also like complicated in terms of when would be best for me to stream. These streams actually start right after I get home from school. Hell yeah. Nah, but I'm mostly fine. It's only the transition between the first day I stream and the second day I stream that's a bit rough because it's the, you know, going to bed at like 12 and then waking up at before 8. Which I can do, like, fine, but it just requires a bit of willpower to get out of bed. Get that, I typically go to bed at 11ish and have to wake up at 7. Yeah, it's rough out here for people who stay up way too late. Enjoyed any bright matter art lately? You should. Please do. You have to share your brain thoughts with the world. Cause I saw that comic that you did, and you posted it in Vantage's server, and it's so good. Your scrinkly mimpies. Your caboodle scoobles. Did that for an English assignment where the minimum was 8 panels. My teacher read it, she looked up journals I could submit it to. No freaking way. You keep getting all these amazing offers. Everyone loves your shit. Weed leaf? see my beloved wife everywhere I turn. I remember her, and it's like a weed leaf. What was on my brain? I was just trying to read chat. There was nothing on my brain. My head is empty. Empty. There's only P-Cross in here. I didn't end up submitting it. The art isn't polished enough. I'll post it myself. That's fair. Have a short story pending with a couple journalists though on the edge of my seat waiting for them to... That's so fucking cool. Jesus. You're just fucking going places. And they're gonna pay you $1 million for your work. Hope so. I'm someone in my choir working on an album, so maybe we could be famous together. No freaking way. That's so swag. I honestly think you could make it big though. You're incredibly talented. The aw shucks. It is true though, it is true. For the idea that my OCs could one day be someone's. One day, other people will call your characters their blobbers, and it will be a fantastic day. And they'll start discourse over your characters, but that's a price to pay. Encourage the discourse. I'm directly feeding into the discourse. keeping in touch with what discourse is happening and not directly admitting that you're reading all the text, but just saying things to stir the pot. Apologize in advance to all the inevitable voluntary reverie of shippers today. I reveal the fact that Dot and Sam are related. A dark day indeed. Oh my gosh, that's just like in My Little Pony when they revealed that Pinkie Pie and Applejack might be related. And they make it this whole thing where they really talk about how, wow, Pinkie Pie, me and you were just like siblings. Or like whatever it was. They're technically like, I don't think they're that closely related, but it is this whole thing. I thought you were gonna reference Star Wars or something, hello? Why would I reference Star Wars? I actually don't know a lot about Star Wars. My favorite Star Wars media is the Clone Wars animated series, and I haven't even finished that. Of course I would reference My Little Pony. That's wild. They again, I don't think they're that closely related. It's just that it gets really played up in the episode. Like Pinkie Pie literally rocks up on like Applejack's door and goes, "Hey, cousin!" and hugs Applejack, and Applejack is so confused. And they go on a whole road trip to figure out if Pinkie really is related, but then they couldn't figure it out. So who knows, I guess. I dislike the Applejack and Pinkie relatedness episodes. I just hate that whole... It literally is so like, I don't know. Like, I don't know who came up with that. Like, do they just hate everyone in the fandom? In the original trilogy, they kind of teased Luke and Leia having a romantic arc, but then it was retconned to them being twins. Oh yeah, I think I remember that. It's like weird. if I ever make a major retcon for Brightmare, you need to shoot me or something. I do not want to do that. Yeah, I don't understand major retcons. Unless like it's something that's genuinely problematic and needs to be retconned, I don't understand why people would retcon things. Like, you can just either leave things to be plot holes or you know, you could add more explanation to it to make it make sense. I don't know, it's like not that big a deal. Also, I'm really misclicking here. I've got to lock in. I'm planning this out meticulously. You gotta make your massive cork board with the red string. To keep track of everything. I feel like retcons are always more noticeable. Yeah, like exactly. And like, there's like a lot of plot holes that people point out where it doesn't even like really matter. Like, it's just kind of nitpicky. Trying to outline Bright Matter at the moment. It's a lot of just deciding what order the arcs go in. Yeah, how it flows to make the most sense. When we click this first, is it all just guessing or is there some sort of technique to the game? I explained this earlier, but I can re-explain it. Because you probably like might have missed it. I had to first figure it out and ending 3 figured out, but everything in the middle I gotta shift. I thought I said shit around for some reason. Shift around until it feels right. Which is harder than it seems. Yeah. Pacing is a bitch. But yeah, the technique to this game, which you may see me doing as I hover over things, is basically, so since there's 10 squares that need to be filled out in this row for instance, if you count across, then it should be up to here. If you count across from this side, then 10 squares would end around here. If you were to fill out from one side to the other. So since there's overlap here, these definitely have to be filled in. And if you fill in blocks that are close to the top, you can see, okay, so there's meant to be 6 followed by 4. So you count down to 6. Those have to be filled in. Here you count down 4, 3, 3, 3. If you go across, 10, 2. There's 2 left over, which means that you would fill in those ones. This square is this number, when they get blotted out, that means that they're filled in correctly and you don't have to look for that anymore. There needs to be a pause between these different numbers that are listed, so then you do the same thing where you count across, but you just do it within these squares to fill out these 5. And that one was made blank again. Here you have a gap here, so 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 2 left over. And another 2 couldn't fit in that space, so that means that it would have to fill out this space. And that's just what I've been doing this entire time. That I can understand if you don't play these, you wouldn't necessarily understand of what I'm doing. And if you see there, because these 2 won't fill out, then you mark them as not being filled. You don't technically have to fill in if something wouldn't be marked, but it's just helpful for your own sake to have as a guide. But yeah, in chat. I'm also trying really hard to not give any one character too much spotlight, but like most of the storyline I have planned out is about Darcy and Sylvan, so sometimes you just have characters that you're drawn to. What can I say? Not everyone can be God's favorite. Yeah, I definitely had no idea what's going on even with the explanation, but watching the squares go teal is very satisfying. You get to watch all the satisfying footage of me filling this out without any of the effort. Effort, I say, as if there's a ton of labor going into this. Oh, woe is me, the streamer. Cookie game. It's kind of like Sudoku. I'm doing taxes while watching. You're doing taxes? Terrible. I wish you good luck with that. That's rancid. Unless you like taxes, in which case, go, you got this. I'm bad with numbers, so I don't want to. Taxes make me sad. I feel kind of bad because I'm only focusing on 2 male characters in the main cast. Scrumpy misogyny. Yeah, I can't believe this. You're such a misogynist. I would not have this issue because I make all my characters uh, non-binary. Well, not all of them, but a lot of them, or they're trans. It's like... it's whatever. You get what I mean. I hate Texas and I've waited for this second. The procrastination, that's so real. Waited until the last second. I completely missed a word. Can't believe the story with one cis man in it is so hateful to women. Shaking my head. Late. Good night, chat, and Soul enjoy the rest of the cookie. Yes, please, please go sleep. Pretty please. Thank you for stopping by, as usual. But have a very nice rest. Look after yourself. See, Darcy and Zold's story is hashtag feminist because Carmen is in it, and she is hashtag girl boss. Yeah. Common character of all time. Sometimes what you do gotta do is that if you want to like characters more and write about them more, just project onto them more. It works a lot for me. You just gotta make them relatable in such a way that you become obsessed with them. Like, so obsessed. And then you might have the issue of then they become your favorite ever, and and you put way too much attention on that, but it's a small price to pay. Working on it. That's the how does myself insert so she's easy. Exactly. That's the working spirit. I've just been this entire time trying to think about the characters of mine that I like and I fixate on. But hang on, go call. It's not really that I don't want to write about the others, it's that I don't have good ideas. I mean, I guess for me, whenever I'm like, oh, I don't have like any good ideas for this character, I either think about what issues they need to overcome or like trying to go about things in a practical way where it's like, okay, what are the flaws that need to get hammered out of their character in some way, need to get worked on? Or what is some world building that I haven't really touched on that they could be involved in? Like they would be best at dealing with that, or there was another thing I was gonna say. I don't know, just thinking about them in terms of their utility. Have an arc planned where Dot and Blinks get stranded on a planet together in the middle of winter and have to survive Yellow Jacket style, minus the cannibalism. Link loses an arm. Hell yeah! I mean, oh no! Oh no! No, don't do things to yours. Don't do things to your characters. Don't put them through conflict. So the ship is panicking the whole time. This is the most codependent spaceship crew since the mechanism. Make a gay little man, give him a problem. Yes! Always just make things gay. I hate straight people and they should never be in stories. Hashtag I hate breeders. I don't know. Except they actually like each other, so it's even worse than that. What about Dot's parents? They're nice. No, I hate all straights. All of them have to go. Someone's mom is not nice, you can hate her. Hooray! A breeder I can hate. Confetti. Yippee! I have one straight friend and I don't know how to write straight relationships because he's never been in a relationship. Yeah. think I have, like, maybe one person I know that's straight, but, you know, could be wrong about that. I haven't asked them. But I feel like basically most people I know are airways, so there's that. She's so terrible. I'm a choir, so I actually know a decent amount of straight people. Straight people go to choir? What is the straight people in choir connection? I've never heard of this phenomena. It's like 50-50. Gotta be honest, choir is not really a straight thing where I'm from. Yeah, that's my thought. Like, I'm sorry, but it's kind of gay to see. It's the least gay of music subjects in my observation. Not that it isn't gay, but the least gay. It's not orchestra. Gosh, how far have I gotten along in this game? I still have another page to do in level 2. This is amazing. Dylan has the darkest backstory out of Right Matter cast by far. His storylines are so full of misery. Like, yeah, Persephone was a child soldier and Darcy almost got turned into a meat computer, but still, Lynn, there's a reason I have an AU where he becomes the most feared criminal in the galaxy. Interesting. Intriguing, one might say. One might have many synonyms to say about it. gosh, misclicking is truly my worst enemy in this game. Fuck. Gosh, you know, I play Faith the Unholy Trinity, trying to get a good Christian boy run, but truly the difficult game is Hatsune Miku Logic Paint S, trying not to misclick. This is definitely way tougher. It's pretty cool that you don't have a name for it. Basically, Veda never gets caught during infiltration into her, therefore someone never meets her. Oh. Yeah, that's terrible. Blah blah massacre, blah blah, early survive, blah blah, maximum security, space prison, blah blah, he joins the mafia. Oof. But I fucking love Faith. I also love Faith. I love Faith so much. What a fantastic game. I am not capable of comprehensible thoughts, but the gif of the heart locket opening and it's the game Faith. Religious people really struck out with the game Faith. It's very cool. I think about John Wood. I just think about how he's so iconic at times. I still can't believe there's going to be more than 3 games for Faith. Like, the fact we're still getting more Faith after the 3rd game feels so, like, we're being spoiled, really. Gosh. No way, Tupper uses Burning Soul likes Faith the Unholy Trinity? Impossible, not like you made an Exorcist AU or something. I have not thought about the Exorcist AU in a while. I've been too focused on other things and other AUs, but it is still very funny. You were there for an exorcism? That's really fascinating. Which I could really train you for a job. One priest was physically there. I remember standing there like, do demons respond to Zoom exorcisms? That is a good question. I guess you would have to ask a priest about it. Do you think anyone ever did like an exorcism over an old-timey telephone back in the day? Truly fascinating to think about. God, I hope so. God, I hope they did exorcisms over the old rotary phone or something. That would be so funny. The power of this fax machine. Yeah, hang on, buddies. I have to do an exorcism. Types up something, puts it, gets the fax machine running. The DDLCAU. Yes. Yes. I wish to make the DDLCAU into a proper thing. That would be so silly. I'm not sure whether we would keep the same cast though at this point, because there is a wider selection of characters now to pick from. So maybe some of the other characters. Rumi as Monica was iconic, yes. I think it makes sense in my brain. Who else would be Monica? I legitimately don't know who else could possibly be Monica. Like, here's the thing. I don't think I've settled on Gillian. I wouldn't mind changing Gillian. And I don't even remember the other character we had, so they probably... Oh, we had, Kian. Actually, Kian I think fits. Rumi being Monica fits. I think William being Natsuki fits. But I don't think Gillian fits. I think Gillian was not the best choice. So if I could look over, like, catch up on the newer campaigns, look over them, see who else, like, would maybe fit better, I would not mind replacing Gillian. But the others are actually, I think they actually make sense. Wasn't Gillian? No, William was Natsuke. Gillian was Yuri. Why on earth was Gillian Yuri? I think it was a bit of the fanaticism and also like a bit of thinking about the ARG stuff that was included in the game with the cult with the cult stuff. I think that was sort of on the mind when I was looking for the characters and thinking about who to pick. And again, there was like less characters to pick through at the time. So there is probably someone way more fitting that would match Yuri at this point. But at the time it was like try to pick a character from each campaign. But yeah, I don't know much about Payon, but maybe they would fit better. Or Shiloh. Interesting. I still have not finished the Suckening, and I have not caught up on any of the newer campaigns. So again, it's like I would not know. Me neither. We need to lock in for the DDLC and no other reason. I need to do a couple things. I need to rewatch Riptide so I can work on the Canary AU. And I need to watch, and then I need to catch up on everything else. God, fuck. I'm not doing well. I'm not performing well at these puzzles. I'm not very the puzzler right now. Canary AU. You know what's funny? I think when I was perusing around sides of Twitter that you should not peruse around when it comes to just roll with it fandom, I think I found someone that was subtly like shit talking our AU because the person said something like like people only like Ava Farron because they make up things about her and then they like that, and it's like, damn. I mean, you're not wrong, but also like yeah, I mean, what else am I gonna do? I don't know if it was specifically about our AU, because I don't actually know how other people, like if anyone else was writing anything about Ava and stuff. But I felt called out personally, so... She's got so little content about her, really? That's amazing. So it could have been, but we shall never know because I am not following up on that. I just will not. I don't need to know. Canario some of my best work, to be honest. My first foray into a new specialty, a very simple and almost obvious AU that still fucks severely. Yes, I think it's great. It really does feel like an obvious AU to make, but it's such a simple change that changes so much. I mean, mostly because we were able to be kind of incredibly different to Jay in several ways, so it's just kind of very interesting to see that kind of dynamic. Afara is like a spiritual successor to Canario, I think. A simple twist on canon, a popular AV concept that changes everything and fleshes out a character that doesn't get much focus in canon. Yes! And that's how you gotta keep doing it. Like, it's basically the same thing, but instead of visions of the future, it's time travel. Makes sense. Kind of want to write some Angel Stone again, maybe a longer fic. Hell yeah! Angel Stone Return, maybe? Might accidentally close my I realized, like, lights up in stream, you can see the image that I have on this side. You saw it exposed, not being cropped horizontally. I can't believe this. Oh yeah, the time loop. That reminds me, I also have a bunch of things that I need to write as Exandra fix because I can't be normal. Yeah, I think Rumi needs to have more issues. I mean, my Eldritch Strings AU, that is basically all it is. It is is Rumi slowly losing their grip on everything over time? Give Rumi more disorders 2025. Hell yeah. I just think Rumi has such potential to fuck everything up so badly. Temporary Angel Stone divorce fic? Oh my gosh. They're gonna divorce? You would do this to them? I love characters who hurt the people they love in order to protect them. Ooh. That is true. This tax refund is gonna be crazy. Oh? It's more like someone from Elena's past show, so Elena's gonna be like, oh shit, my past is gonna keep haunting me, Peter's in danger. The obvious solution to this is to run away. That's actually such a cool fucking concept. That just makes a lot of sense, I think, for a story. I love when characters revert back to their OSLs. Yes. I love Rumi. The other day I remembered when Rumi calls, like, when Rumi first meets Peter and calls Peter, like, what I've been looking for before correcting themselves. Was it what I've been looking for? It was like something where it's kind of like referring to Peter as an object before saying who. It's such a small slip up and I love it. I love watching back the campaign and noting all the little things about Rumi. To be honest, it's like, I don't think Grizzly is my favorite player, in general, but Rumi was completely on another level in terms of a character. Though it is fascinating that after watching back, Convergence, it does feel like there's a lot of, like, some traits of Casper, that are kind of, it's like kind of reminiscent. There was something in the water. I don't think he even knows how he did that. Like, for instance, I'm not really the biggest fan of Dakota. Asta, I don't really think was a highlight of Mythborn, though I think Grizzly admitted, kind of like admitted that he wasn't like completely in it for Mythborn, so that makes sense. It was also like a different system, so it's difficult to adjust. And I think not Rumi, I think Kian is a pretty cool character. But what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, sometimes Kian went a bit far is the thing. Or things felt kind of awkward. Runt, I don't know a lot about Runt because I haven't like watched enough of the latest campaign. I think Runt is cute though. Yeah, Kian just didn't get enough time to shine. I think as they talked about in the Just Rolled, yeah, I think that the thing with Blood in the Bayou is that Kian wasn't really a character that's made for Blood, like for a Call of Cthulhu campaign, so that was kind of a thing. As a DM, so true. Grizzly is really, really good as a DM. You can get tax credit if you donate the deer meat you hunted. You hunt? I'm discovering new things all the time about the people around me that are just so cool. What do you mean you got like deer meat? I think Grizzly and I share a lot of DM philosophies. You can enter up to 4 antlerless deer. You know what was really surprising though about Grizzly is that finding out that Grizzly was like really nervous DMing. You know, I think all of them are nervous about DMing except for Charlie because Charlie is a fiend and maybe Bisley is fine, but I haven't heard anything behind the scenes of Bisley. But the fact that Grizzly actually talks about how nervous he is like wild. Because it doesn't feel like that at all. Grizzly feels like a great DM. But no, you don't hunt deer anymore. Interesting. Me saying interesting to show that I'm processing what people are saying and that I am intrigued. And I don't know. I hope I don't come across as sounding sarcastic or anything. I am genuinely like one tries to say fascinating, like a scientist in a movie. Trying to do a lot of things he does with Riptide. Lovable NPCs, a world that doesn't revolve around the PCs, etc. Yeah. No, Condi is still my favorite DM because, I mean, obviously Condi rewrote, like, my brain chemistry forever with Apotheosis, so it's kind of hard for Condi to not be my favorite sub at this point, and also, I don't know what I will do if Condi is in charge of another campaign. What will happen to me? He DMs Judgment? Really? I was like struggling to remember if I was like, did Condi like DM one of the recent campaigns? Like surely not. Oh, that's true. I'm definitely gonna watch Judgment because gosh. Try to carve out some time to listen to it. You gotta tell me like how good it is. Yeah, what I will say about Condi is that Condi definitely comes off as the most nervous and not put together when he was DMing Apotheosis, and I think the descriptions he kind of struggled with that, but other than that, like the world itself is I felt so drawn into it, and like gosh, I mean, it was just kind of like a Bloodborne game in terms of concept, but I don't know, something just hits different about Apotheosis. is a peak character. I know this because there's a character almost exactly like them in my current favorite book of all time, and it's also a peak character. Yup. Yup. I feel like it's unfair that I don't talk about everyone's DMing. Bisley, I think, does a really funny campaign, and I think Charlie, I've sort of been like, I'm not sure if I'm like quite as fond of Charlie's stuff as I was initially. I think Charlie is great when he does horror. There is something in his brain that makes him do really good horror and be fucked up and evil. Like, the highlight of Convergence was definitely the horror episode, and Blood in the Bayou is great. Charlie does play a lot of horror games, so it's like not really surprising. I don't know what it is about Charlie's campaign, but they just don't have to source me. I don't think he's bad, just not something that appeals to me. Again, I think Charlie has just done like some of the most memorable DMings when he psychologically fucks with everyone, like in such a severe way that they don't want to talk to him anymore. Like they're like, why the fuck would you do that? I think those are the moments that stand out. And Bisley is pretty great. What can I say about Bisley? Bisley, I think, does really well at facilitating, like, a lot of great character moments, but to be honest, there's things about the world building which are, like, I don't know, in Prime Defenders, I feel a bit like certain things should be put under scrutiny more, and I know it still feels really early on in the story, and like there's so much more to explore, but I'm a bit famished. I'm still hungering for, like, for instance, like jail. I think is the idea of locking people up forever isn't really discussed enough. Peacefully drop the spirit world lore and my life is yours. Like, there just needs to be more in Prime Defenders. Though then again, I watched some of, I did watch some. Like, it's not like I've watched none of Wanderlust, and I think I kind of like Wanderlust more than, Prime Defenders in a way. That feels heinous to say, but it's true. His fit, for this is like not related to his DMing, but his like outfit for Wanderlust is also great. Been on the hunt for media with the same feeling as Apotheosis lately, chasing that high almost 3 years later. Again, it really is Apotheosis rewired something in the brain, and I have not been the same since. Something was put in that campaign. But yeah, the things that I think are similar to, I mean, I'm pretty sure if you look at the OST, I think there's, I know that they definitely are reminiscent of like Dark Souls, Bloodborne, those series of games. I don't know anything about the songs that Condi uses. Condi uses, I think, a track from Nier and Automata? Is that what it's called? Nier Automata? Which I don't know a lot about, but I think is kind of got some similar things going on. I don't know about that, so I could be wrong. They're not like exactly one-to-one, but everyone's something really similar vibes and feeds to a pop. They definitely read Imagica. By Clive Barker, Rumi and Piopa are literally the same person, and the game Fear and Hunger is really aesthetically similar to both of them. Yeah, but they don't, it's like kind of just magical apocalypse, really. That's what Apotheosis is. It's magical magical apocalypse crossed over with Japanese RPGs where they kill God. The silence says it. If I can find a copy of it, I will read it for you. Though by the time I read it, I fear that you may have already moved on to something else. But I will try my best. I feel like whenever I go to the library looking for books, I just come up short. I just fail every single time. It's very sad. I honestly don't think I ever will move on from this book. You're trapped forever. To myself, rereading it annually is that good, and I'm only halfway done. I was trying to tell you and say, please do. Please give me all the details. I like to hear people talk about what's going on. Uh... Just letting you know, I am reading what you're typing. I am merely waiting for you to exposit all you have to say before I respond. Locked in. Locked in. Correct. Follow 3 characters. John, aka Gentle, Judith, Piopa. Gentle and Judith are both presumably regular humans living in regular London. At the beginning of the book, Judith's ex-husband goes to Pi, a mysterious man who is reportedly an assassin and hires him to kill Judith. This chain of events sets fate in motion and sends our 3 central characters on a journey across the Magica, a series of 4 interconnected worlds full of magic and horror. Can't go into much further detail without spoiling stuff, but it's just so amazing. And there's gay people. You hear that? And there's gay people. I love when they put gay people in media. They should do that, but more. I honestly want to see an over-representation of gay people. It was published in 1991 and it's got gay people. Is that great? That is great. That's fucking awesome sauce. Pi uses its pronouns? Oh fuck yeah. We're ticking all the queer boxes. There are not enough LGBT people in media. Tobias in the middle of Tobin if he was LGBT. Yeah. Sorry, let me try that again. Osmodeus. Gentle says very trans things at in several points in the book also. Very trans. I'm so close. I'm so close to finishing this level. I honestly was wondering if I would be able to complete this within a third hour, but I was able to. I probably could have done it faster if I was paying more attention, but we take what wins we can get. Hooray! Hooray! I did it. The only reason I would ever want to have hand tracking on a model at all, if I would ever be a proper VTuber, would be just so that I can clap on camera. That would be silly. I just got reminded of one time I was walking somewhere and I saw a person on a bike doing a bunch of tricks and I clapped as they rode past and they just looked at me. I don't know if they thought I was being sarcastic. Truly a tragic moment that I was just trying to express that I thought it was cool and then I got the strangest look and it's like, okay, well, I'm sorry, I don't know how to express myself. Terrible at talking to strangers. These puzzles are so much fucking bigger. They're so big. It is very satisfying to do a big puzzle, but on the other hand, it is also, let's just say people should not make, nonograms, where, where they're so big that you need to scroll across in order to be able to complete them. I think that's the point where you're making them too big, unfortunately. There is a size limit for these things. Ah, fuck. Making grilled cheese right now, by the way. Do not even mention grilled cheese. You're gonna make me so hungry for grilled cheese. In fact, it's already happened. I have not had a grilled cheese sandwich in so fucking long. You know what tastes great? Having a grilled cheese sandwich with tomato and maybe turkey on it tastes so good. Or was it chicken? Some kind of meat. You put some kind of meat on it too, and it tastes so great. And you get so hungry, you can eat several of those things. It's wild. I don't know what they're putting in them to make them taste so good besides the elements that I just listed. Who knows what could possibly be going into them? More of a melted, my opinion. It's also very interesting since I'm not actually a big fan of cheese. It tastes really good on a grilled, like when it's grilled, but I do not, I am just not a cheese fan. These are fancy grilled cheeses with sourdough. Elaborating on your recipe. fucked it up. Putting me in jail forever for my insolence, for my crimes, for my gaming crimes. They're gonna take away my gamer's license if I don't meet my quota. Committed worst game. Dare I ask what worst gaming crimes you think you've done? I think my major gaming crime is that when I'm playing games where you can walk around in an open world, I will wander off and get lost. I did not progress very far in Red Dead Redemption 2, which I've been meaning to pick up again with Xander because with horse. But I did not finish the tutorial for that game because I wandered off and then I tried to fight a bear. And one time I was playing Undertale Yellow and I had someone in my party and I kept on walking back as far as I could to see what dialogue there was, and I had to be told to keep walking, like to get back on track, because otherwise I would have kept walking forever. But I also wasn't able to finish this horror game called Lost in Vivo because I got lost and I couldn't find my way. It's you get lost and frustrated, yeah. You just don't know what to do. How many times I've had to open a guide because I'm just not that smart. I just have to be told what to do or else I won't be able to experience the full game because I'm not smart enough to put the pieces together, and I walk away before tutorials can be told to me completely because I get distracted by something. I'm the person that they put the in-game arrows for so that people know where to go. is my brain suddenly going to... So I just get a flood of random thoughts in my brain. I've been getting and then I'll be like, this isn't relevant, so I'm not gonna bring it up. But I just thought about... There's the little, like, kids game devices that people would make. People make. I don't know how to describe them. They'll have simple games, like, spelling games on them. And I have to say that whenever I go to the shops, I will stop by and see if I can play them because I find them to be genuinely engaging and I like them. I am a bit of a... I have a bit of a brain. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what it is. Like the VTech things? Let me search that up. VTech. Yes! Yes, exactly. Exactly like that. That is... I love those. They're like so fun to play. I am entertained by children's games. You put one of those in front of me, I'm gonna be playing it. Like, why wouldn't I? Have I played Peggle? I have not played Peggle, but I have heard of it. Zoom Beanies. Zoom. I want to see what this game Zoom Beanies looks like. I think I might have seen this before actually. Know nothing about it, but it's a puzzle game. Yeah, I don't think I know anything about Zumbini, but I have seen a bit of Peggle. Because the mods that people make for it are scary. I worry for the Peggle fans. My brother gives me Peggle and Steam and I haven't played it once. Oh. Sometimes I hit my microphone and it's... and I have to apologize for that. What can I say? I just fidget with my hands around, so... Thwack, thwack I go. You know what game I need to play? I need to play web fishing because I think that it looks really cool and like I would be super invested in it. But I just haven't yet. but genuinely love just sitting around. Start a web fishing party? Hell yeah. The web fishers. I think the reason I was off, I like hadn't played it yet was just because I heard about the security concerns that had happened at some point. And I guess I was just waiting for the all clear that things were fine. Gosh. When I go, darn, I messed up my P-cross puzzle. Sometimes I say nothing burger things. No! You burnt it! That's fucked up. You're going to jail forever now. Or worse, I don't know if when you burn things you just eat them anyway. That's what I do. I don't know if you have the decency to not put yourself through that. You are condemned to eating burnt cheese. Grilled cheese. Another member of my family will eat it. Yeah, but when I make things that are bad, I just eat them and pretend like they never existed. That's what Sandra and I do. You get to feel like you completely fucked up your food and you eat it and you're like a... You get to... serenade in the misery for a little bit. Holy shit, I'm not getting this. I literally am just like, I will do one more page and then I will finish this, but then I can't finish the page because I keep messing up. I'm only 4 out of, oh gosh. You know, you've actually inspired me to make a grilled sandwich, so I think after I'm done with this, I may have tried to make one, and then I'm gonna go, and then I'm gonna rest, and I'm gonna finish watching a, I think 4-hour long video on SCP Containment Breach that I was watching, which has been a great video so far, and I really enjoy it as a, heart emoji SCP Containment Breach. Here forever. I'm never gonna leave this game. I say that like it's a, I actually don't mind, but it's like it's like, gosh. Soul, what are you doing streaming for this long? You're holding everyone hostage, Soul. What are people gonna do? It's so easy to misclick. Why do you have to... Honestly though, like having to do this without mistakes when it's just so easy to make... When it's so easy to misclick. I've misclicked so many times. I can't believe this. I don't have the gamer skills for this. I don't have the ultimate hand-eye coordination that you need to be able to play Hatsune Miku Logic Paint S. It's always so funny saying the name of the game. I don't have the skill required to play the Miku game. I bet she's burning so quick the stove is on low. We have to double check that maybe. Cause I know one time I thought I had the stove on low and I kept on burning pancakes before I realized that it wasn't actually set to low and I was living a lie. It happens. It happens. You don't low? You're just cursed, I suppose. Have you been rude to any witches, wizards, mayhaps lately? Turning into the whimpering streamer, the sad dog of a streamer. Oh, That took so long. That took so long. Oh gosh. I'm free! I'm free! Okay, I was like, I'm not sure if I can complete another page. I think of the house slickly that went. I can keep going. I can finish this page. And then after this I'm done. I cannot be out here pulling the hours, clocking into Hatsune Miku logic pay like I'm clocking in for work. Going on the 9 hours shit. Is it 9? 9 hours? I don't remember. Do you think it would be unethical to forcefully make someone play this game from start to finish without breaks? Yes. Very quick on the draw there. Probably. Unless it was consensual. In my brainwave, this is what my brain it has conjured up right now to talk about. One of my many fleeting thoughts, one of the many things I remember when I'm just sitting here playing this, and my brain goes, "Hey, you remember that thing?" Can I say that my mind occasionally wanders back to. There was this video I watched that was just reading out like r/no sleep stories, and there was this one story which was incredibly fascinating to me because it was talking about this like place that gets contaminated by creatures, and basically they are inside you, and if you sleep they will claw out of your mouth and be violent and like hurt other people and stuff, and try to forcefully make people asleep so they join in it. But the thing is that I think the total amount of time that people had to stay up was like I think like up like 3 days maybe. And and that's like not a lot of time to me. Like, I don't think it's that bad staying up for 3 days, so it was like, the story was interesting, but also highly not relatable. People just like won't have insomnia and they can't stay up for 3 days. They'll go all wild. That is definitely enough to hallucinate. True. People just won't hallucinate and they won't stay up for 3 days, and when you make them do it, they'll start behaving in strange ways. No longer burning your cheeses. Did you figure out the secret to the formula? What was happening? What is the explanation behind all the burned cheeses? Do you know? Or is it still a mystery? I think I started it too high and it took a while for the heat to come down. Yeah, that's a that is a classic issue. You got too excited. You got too eager to make cheese sandwiches. You heated up it you heated it up too fast. Oh no. See what I think to myself. Oh no, is it starting again? Am I gonna get stuck again? No, I believe in myself. They can't hold me down. They can't hold me back. Unstoppable. Yes. When an unstoppable force meets an immovable object, except the immovable object is not as immovable as it thinks. I never realized this. This pencil on the side moves when you do the different actions. I never realized that for some reason. Yes, another one done. Woo! I can get through this page. I can do this. Mona Lisa. I tried to do predictions before I finished the nonogram. To be fair, I do not think I could guess what any of these are. I don't have the brain power for it. I feel like I would consistently get it wrong. It would be a crazy game to speedrun. Oh, for sure. I think the amount of coordination you'd need for this is, it's pretty excessive. And you'd need to memorize everything, probably. So, that would also be quite the barrier. Okay, gonna watch House MD with your dad. Bye. Bye. Enjoy watching House MD. We need to save the patient. I don't know what happens in that show. I hope you enjoy it. The patient needs mouse bites to live. Yes. The patient needs a fucking Coke with sour straps put in it to live. it in wrong? Ah, well. Did not get this first try. Okay, did not get it second try either, it's fine. I currently writing a piece about niceys and Raphael video to a video getting in a fight because of a heard huge nerd. I did not ask. I thought that one was a horse. It doesn't matter if I didn't ask. You should tell me things. Give me the info on what's happening. I just kind of enjoy when I hear people about doing things while I'm streaming. I'm just a little guy that's in the background. It is an Asia region that Dionysus went to, and so did Raphael. I think it would be funny if the wine god and an archangel beat the shit out of each other. That's the spirit. You know, just have some fun, stay silly, beat each other up. I can do this. I can do this. I'm actually like, I'm not completing this page. I'll be honest, I am not completing this page. After I'm done with this one, I've completed a row. I've done it. It's nearly hitting like another hour, for me. I'm locked in. I'm locked in. This will be the one. This will be the one. Misclicking my fucking worst enemy. Oh gosh. Speedrun it. Speedrun it. I've got this. I can do this. It's fine. It's fine. It's done. It's done. That is it. That is it. I cannot complete this cage. I cannot play any longer. I wanna lay down or something. I gotta do something that's not Miku Logic Paint. You can't see, I'm covering my face with my hands. I've been go lay down and eat. I will. Thank you for stopping by. I enjoy seeing her around, but I am skedaddling. I don't know what I'm streaming tomorrow. Let me go check. I'm reading the Bible tomorrow. Great. I will be waking up early on that rise and grind. And picking up from where I left off last time. Hooray! Well, I hope that you have a good day. I'm just going. Bye. Thank you again. Where did I leave off? Hang on. I can actually say this. I think I was still in Genesis. I got really fucking tripped up on. I kind of didn't even read it properly at a certain point because there was all the names that you have to read in Genesis, and it was like so rough. So rough. Oh, I actually wrote it down in my title. Genesis 14:24. So, barely anything, but I tried. I tried for someone who has to read it aloud. Who doesn't really talk that much. But I will be continuing from that point. And I hope that there's still not like a bunch more names that I have to read, because there is so many. It's so rough out here. How did fuck? I hope you have a restful day and a good stream. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, it's okay. I hope you have a good day. And I am skedaddling now. So, bye-bye.